Okay.
Preparing to live stream with meeting. Ah, cool. So I think it's working.
Okay. Yeah, I see. All right. We have, all right. The stream did start. Well.
So we're talking business.
Excellent connect. Okay. Yes, we have a live stream. And we are live. Maybe I set it up to go live. Go live directly, but that's fine. That's fine. All right, excellent. The meeting is being live streamed. Okay. So I'll just share the presentation.
So from my end, I can close the YouTube tab now, right? Not in order not to.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Yes.
Good. So I close it, and then now you should be. So I have to make you co-host, or should I make you the host again?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just give me a host access just in case.
Okay,
connectivity.
So now you're the host, and let's see if once you become the host, would it? Oh, but the live streaming is still on, so it means it's okay.
Yep.
Good, cool.
It's going.
Wow, that's great. Thank you, Tamo.
All right.
And sorry for all this trouble.
Yeah, it was a bit of a setup, but that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome, world and future life forms. We are streaming live. All right. Maybe I'll just switch to that and go warn people. So we'll be.
And maybe you want to make Paula the co-host just in case.
Yeah, probably good.
If you don't see me, then it means I got trouble from the Cambodian internet.
This is turn it like this.
And Paula, thank you for doing it online.
No problem.
I'll do my best in Cambodia for the Cambodian MyData4Children to compensate my loss.
Hey, one question, just to make sure. I don't need to do anything, right?
No, you don't need to. I got it under control. And everyone is enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, great.
And I'll give you a report later on when it's finished.
Yes. Dharma, what about there? I don't need to do anything. I'm just here as plan B if something I can share my screen, right?
If you want to share your screen, or then just let me know when I'll move the slides from here. Either way, since everything is here on one deck, that might be easiest to use.
I think it's better not to move anything because it looks the network is okay, but there may be some things.
Yep.
Yeah, so I leave it there, and I just ask you to go to the next one.
That's totally fine. All right, I'll try to get people here organized. All right.
Hello.
Yeah, seems to be working.
Okay.
Yep, then the audio is working.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Can everyone hear us online? All right, perfect. Well, welcome everybody. It's really nice to be here in person in Helsinki. My name is Gülşen and I am one of the founders of MyData Literacy Group, and I do quite work with the in MyData community for a while now with different concepts, and it's my pleasure to be here with you all for this workshop together, organized by MyData4Children, but also with Unicef. We're going to talk about how to build a fair data economy, fair data ecosystem for children with different perspectives, many experts here, people coming from different backgrounds, different ideas. And not only we're going to hear from different perspectives, ideas, solutions that people are building, activities that they're organizing already, but we are also going to have a hands-on activity where we really look into the building blocks of this whole ecosystem. What is needed, what is working, what still needs to be done. So we're going to have that action piece, which will then be presented on the second day of the MyData conference. Emma, if you can introduce yourself.
Sure, thank you, Gülşen. So my name's Emma. I'm with UNICEF's Office of Global Insight and Policy. Is the mic working? Yes, thanks. So we have been working on data governance for children for the past couple of years. Last year, we published a manifesto on good data governance for children. And we have been talking to MyData about how the data ecosystem can be improved for children. So we did some quite high level work with recommendations, and now we're really keen. This workshop is kind of looking in practice at how we can improve the ecosystem and work with data operators. So we're really interested to see what the outcomes of this will be to inform our work going forwards in this area. So thank you everyone for joining us in person and for everyone who's managed to join us online as well. We hope it's going to be a really interesting discussion today.
If we can move to skip this slide. So yeah, this is essentially the object of our session. We will have a concrete case study with Edtech and looking at the building blocks and how to moving from protection to really empowering and then inspiration essentially. So what is needed to make that movement for building a fair data ecosystem for children, their guardians and their circles of trust. And with the next slide, I believe, okay, we can skip this. Okay, so this is the outline for the day. We will have the guiding principles. We will hear from Paula, who is online, who is from MyData4Children, working on amazing concepts. And then we will hear from Emma from Unicef, and then we will have a case study introduction. Then we will move to MyData building blocks. Essentially, these will be presentations from people who are working in the MyData community with different solutions, different ideas, mainly kind of tackling the technical element of what is needed, but also really looking into the different ideas, different concepts that they're working with. And then we will move to the how part. So this is the part where we will have the breakout rooms. It will be very interactive. We will have 4 key groups: policy, technology, business, and literacy. And in those breakout groups, we will have a very lively discussion, which then the outcomes will be represented on the day 2 in MyData conference. And then hopefully we'll have amazing time. And with the conclusions, we will look ahead and then hope to inspire you also for the rest of the MyData conference for 2 days, informing those conversations with people that you will have. All right, the next slide, I believe, is for Paula. Okay, yeah, these are our collaborators, many different people from different areas, and we will hear presentations shortly from them. But I will hand it to, just looking, yeah. Paula, can you hear us?
Hi. Hello, everyone. So nice that this is actually happening now. Greetings from Australia. I'm so sorry that I cannot be there with you today physically, but I'm in spirit and I'm all ears and putting very much attention from here. So what we want to do today is to set the tone at this moment of how we want to approach this subject. First of all, we need to remember that even if we are going to be talking about technologies and about principles, we should always remember that our focus is the child. Tech is the enabler, but let's keep the conversation on how these technical developments is going to make the life of the child better. The second one is that there's endless conversations of what is going wrong. But today, let's focus on what is going right and what we can build on. We want to have a very proactive conceptual workshop in which we come with ideas of what needs to be done. We want ideas of how to make the principles actionable, and we want to make to inspire those in decision-making positions to change things to make it happen. We want to influence policymakers, businesses, and so on to understand the importance of a fair and empowering data ecosystem for children. So please, during the workshop, keep these 2 things in mind. Even if we're going to be talking about technologies, the important thing is what it will help children do. And the second one, focus on positive constructions. We can save the challenges and things for later on discussions. Next, please. And the principles that we are all following, UNICEF has done so fantastic work on understanding what are the challenges, what are the issues, and what we need to do. So to start with, we are asking Emma and the UNICEF team to guide us through the work that they have been doing and the recommendations that they have set out for all of those working with solutions for children. So please, Emma, go ahead.
Thanks, Paula. Next slide, please. So as I said, UNICEF published a manifesto last year on good data governance for children. And we worked with a team of 17 experts. The starting point was that we want to maximize the beneficial uses of data for children whilst protecting their rights. And we realized that there are some major gaps and shortcomings currently in relation to data governance for children. And we came up, I would encourage you to read the manifesto, which goes into some of what those shortcomings are, but these are the recommendations that we came up with. And one of the main points is that we want all data governance to be child-centered and to prioritize children's best interests. And we also want to consider children's unique identities and evolving capacities. So this is a concept from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, that children have evolving capacities from 0 to 18. So we don't want to treat them as one homogeneous group. And we have, so far in the data protection world, usually have like a cutoff age of 13, but we want to start thinking beyond that. How can we really consider the child as they evolve? And the manifesto calls for companies and governments to collaborate with children and their communities in terms of policy building and management of their data, and to give children more agency over their data. And that's going to be a key theme of our workshop today. I'm not going to go into all of the recommendations, but you can read more about those in the manifesto. Next slide, please. What happened to the slide operator? So UNICEF has also collaborated with the GovLab to produce some responsible data for children principles. And these refer to the way in which organizations such as UNICEF, NGOs, and companies should handle children's data, including ensuring that data processing is purpose-driven and proportional. So we may want to refer back to some of these principles as well during the workshop today. Next slide, please. So we want to imagine what a fair data economy could look like for children globally. And over the next couple of years, UNICEF is planning to work with Citra, who many of you may know is a Finnish think tank. And they have already elaborated a concept of what a fair data economy might look like. So we want to consider what that means for children. And currently, we know that the global data economy is unfair and inequitable for children. So the starting point is that an unfair data economy whose direction is defined by a handful of global companies whose business models are based on collecting and managing data on their own platforms and on their own terms, it is not a fair starting point. So how can we improve on this? The power of major tech companies comes from their capital resources, their ability to attract and pay highly skilled technical experts, and their access to massive amounts of data, which enables them to dominate competing smaller companies and to wield more power than public sector institutions and even often than entire nations. So one of the main benefits of a fair data economy is that it enables sharing of data in an equitable way. So society and public services can benefit as well as just businesses. Next slide, please. So the OECD, sorry, I think we need to go back to the previous slide. Thank you. The OECD has found that increased data access and sharing can produce benefits on several levels. So one of them is greater transparency, accountability, and empowerment of users. And an example the OECD gives is where open data are used to cross-subsidize the production of public and social goods. So one example could be in the context of the education sector, which is the context of our workshop today, where in many countries, Edtech companies currently offer their products to schools for free, while making considerable profits from processing children's data. The data sets used to train algorithms by Edtech are currently opaque and considered proprietary. So what would happen if open data sets were used? Could this lead to greater transparency and enable schools to make more informed decisions about the technology they're using? So the concept of a fair data economy, as has been elaborated by Citra, doesn't require companies to disclose all of their data sets. So we don't need to destroy their business opportunities and all of their proprietary information, but there would inevitably be an impact on the current inequitable business model. And then a fair data economy can also lead to increased efficiencies due to linkage and integration of data across multiple sources. So this has worked well, as we've seen in the context of public transport systems and healthcare, but it could equally apply to most public services, including those used by children. So what could that look like in the education context? The OECD refers to super additive insights because the data is contextualized as it's shared and interlinked across sectors. And this can lead to insights that have greater value than the sum of its parts. But there can be challenges to data linkage due to legal and technical barriers and skills shortages. And also there can be risks of re-identification leading to potential privacy violations. So we're always trying to manage this tension between maximizing the benefits of data and sharing the data, but also minimizing the data processing, particularly from children. And then central to this idea of a fair data economy is the concept of data portability, so that children are able to have more agency over their data and to take it and move it to another service or company. And also that makes it easier for public services to decide they don't want to use one provider and transfer and use another provider. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at, sorry, next slide, please. Yes, so when we're looking at education, the starting point for Unicef is we want to support the sharing of quality education data globally, so within and between countries, to improve evidence-based policymaking for education and to improve results in education whilst promoting inclusion and equality in the whole education sector. But at the same time, we recognize that a prerequisite for maximizing the benefits of education data is the implementation of strong governance frameworks at national, regional, and international levels. So we need to ensure the best interests of the child are really prioritized in those regulations and the full range of children's rights. So we don't want to just focus on their right to education and forget about the privacy and the data protection and all the other rights. We've seen there's a growing use of EdTech in schools, particularly since the pandemic. A lot of schools went online, and there's massive amounts of data being processed by the private sector through the education sector. So Unicef is also looking at how best, what some guidance could be on how best to regulate this data processing in the EdTech sector. And so how can we, one of our big questions today really is how to maximize the benefits of those data for children and the education sector, whilst also ensuring data protection for children and maximizing children's agency over their own data. And we're going to need to unpack what agency means in this context as well. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. I think you already made a very, very interesting points that will be relevant to the breakout rooms, but also the general discussion on this topic, which are very valuable. So thank you very much for that. So with that in mind, now Paula will talk a bit more about MyData4Children, the story behind the ideas that they are currently working on, and then it will make a really nice introduction to for you as well to understand better. Paula, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gulshan. If we can go to the next slide. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start telling the story of MyData4Children from my own personal story that I think resonates with many of us that are in the everyday challenge of figuring out the digital environment of our children. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is my son who is sitting just in front of me, and this is our everyday life. Even if he's 6, already it's a completely different situation, and he's just starting with all type of edtech and interactions with digital media. His world and the world of children all over is completely different that it was. I can see a dichotomy between how he feels and how we feel as parents, and also how what I see with the teachers, that it's difficult to keep up as well. So from his perspective, he has such a huge appetite and curiosity. And it is so because being connected is a way for him to satisfy his curiosity, to discover the world, to learn. It's full of positive input. He was telling me this afternoon, hey, look how cool this is, look what I learned. And this is something that repeats all the time. But at the same time, as adults, we face a lot of uncertainty and even fear at some moments of what is happening online. We are all clear, especially now after the very good introduction of Emma, that there is a very unfair system going on. It's not a fair game. And talking as a parent, and I have also talked to some of the teachers of my son, there is a lot of opposite of empowerment in this field. We feel powerless of how to be able to control that, because so often our data, our children's data, are in someone's hands, completely out of our sight and understanding, and there is no tools to manage it. But then again, my side as service designer, as product designers, gets me so excited of what can be done. I see every day huge potential for the great services that we could create for children, for their parents, for their guardians, for the circle of trust, the teachers, the health professionals, the governments, that could put all of us in a better place than we are today. So there is clearly a huge potential, and you will see today some examples of what that means in practice. If we go to the next slide. But this is me, and I think this how I feel resonates with many parents. I have defined myself as a helicopter mother because I'm literally over my son's shoulder, seeing what he's doing to try to understand what is good and what is bad for him. I cannot keep up with his developments. As he learns something, he's already bored with what we figured out last week, and we have to move to the next step. So Emma already mentioned this, that we have to align to it's not one child, it's 20 different stages from 0 to 18 that we have to go really fast with them, and we have to adapt quickly. Of course, I feel guilty every day of letting him use too much the technology. But at the same time, I think all the parents in the pandemic, it was our digital nanny. It was the only thing that we could cope, at least in our family, it has been the saver. But at the same time, we try to curate as much as possible what we can. And we want to understand what is happening and where his data is going. But it's not easy to understand. We all know that the terms and agreements are impossible to understand, and there is no time. I also see the potential for services where if there would be a working ecosystem transmitting worthy information from service provider to service provider, it would make life so much easier. For instance, transferring information from the parents or guardians to the school and to the educational system, how to create a working ecosystem that works for all. And then sometimes I'm totally pissed off. And actually, that's probably the main reason why I, together with Dixon, started this group a couple of years ago during the 2020 conference in an open space. I was totally pissed off that things do not work as they should. So if we go to the next slide. But at the same time, as I was taking this photo, he was playing with a program that is teaching him to code. So he's already at 6 designing his own games and programs, which is, for me, it's amazing. But I asked him, what could be better? Meaning, what could be better in that game? And he turned to me and said, like, apples could taste better. And I didn't ask you that, but actually it made it very clear for me after thinking about it, that we as adults think the physical and the digital world, they are growing immersed in that. There is no separation between that game, programming a game, and eating an apple. their experience is one as a whole. So this is something that was another learning experience for me, that we need to understand that children are just wired different than our generation or my generation was. I will erase this next photo, but I want to show you because this image just summarizes what I would hope we can achieve in the next 10 years. This was after he was afraid of going to water slides. And I said that, no, you have to overcome this. We will try, we will do it little by little. And we started to take baby steps of overcoming. After a couple of hours of trying different things, he was able to slide by himself and he was so happy. I could see that was a culmination of him feeling empowered and of him feeling in control, and that he was brave and resilient and enjoying the moment. In the physical world or in the real life, in the everyday life, I think parents, at least we're more trained on how to help them to move from a situation to something that it's better. We can teach them on the everyday life. But I don't feel we can do the same in the digital world. If I would have been faced in the same situation with something online that he felt unsafe and I felt unsafe, we would have shut it down. But that's not what I would like to do for my child. I would like to be able to protect him, but at the same time empower and inspire him to do things. So something is not working. Let's learn together what is wrong with this. What do we need to do to overcome? How can we make this situation that is uncomfortable into a learning situation that we can move on and come out better than we were before? So this is, in a way, the key message that we want to transmit today. If we go to the next slide. And one of our sessions that we had earlier to prepare these sessions, or in one of the MyData4Children sessions, someone asked a really relevant question: is anything going right? Because actually, when we analyze the parts and how the system is working, it doesn't look very good. But there is some things that are going right. There is some baby steps taken into the right direction. There is a lot of food for building something. And there is a lot of experts, many of those today in this room or in this Zoom meeting, that can change things for the better. Some things are going right, so we want to identify today those things that are going right, but also to clarify what we need to do next. How can we leave the room with some clear idea of what we can do to improve the situation? How can we take one step forward on this? And it's not, we are not naive. We know this is a heavy path in front of us, but we don't have an alternative. We cannot let children's data rights go to hell. We have to really work on using that children's data to empower them. Next. So that's why we founded quite organically this group as a working group. We had in 2020 open space that I just raised this question: what about children? What about MyData4Children? And then Dixon, Sue, who is now online, within 10 minutes have created a Slack group. And from that, here we are today. So we have grown organically because we know that there is something better that can be done. We know that MyData principles can help to empower children, families, and their circles trust as they navigate and construct the digital world. So we want to build on top of Unicef and other principles that are guiding us. And we have a bunch of experts at MyData, and we have a bunch of experts at Unicef. So we want to, and we have a bunch of experts at CITRA. We want to have a space to share the experiences and especially the open questions, which are a lot. So rather than being an organization that we are giving responses, perhaps we are better suited and asking the difficult or hopefully the right questions. We also want to support all those at MyData community who are developing concepts and services for children. And we want to remind everyone that whatever is done for children should be co-created with them, with the families, with the educators, with the government, with the service providers. It's not a very sensible thing to do, to be sitting in a room thinking, this is what children need. We need to involve them in the process. We go to next. So to summarize what it has been said already, we believe that protecting is the minimum we all must do. That's the minimum bar where it should go. But at the same time, we should aim to empower and inspire children. So these are the 3 words that I hope you take home today: protect, empower, and inspire. If we go to the next. We know that this is not an easy task. Everyone working with the data ecosystem knows how difficult it is. And I have good news for you. The ecosystems for children are even more complex, because we cannot think of the child as the user. We have to think of the child together with the parent or the guardian and the circle of trust as the key actors that need each other in order to function. The parent or guardian has to supervise and guide the child until it's of an age that can take care, be the full agency of their own data. There needs to be a walking hand by hand process from even before they are born until they are of an age they can do it themselves. We don't have that way of thinking at the moment. It's pretty much black, white, and some shades of gray. But we need to remember this picture as we are talking about a child's data ecosystem. Next, please. And in order for any system, data ecosystem to work, it has to provide a great experience, not only for the child, but for the parents or guardians and for the circle of trust. And what is a great experience? For it to work, the child must love it. It has to be, an ethical TikTok, an ethical Facebook. It has to be better than what there is today at the same time that it's being ethical. But it also has to be going into the different development stages of the child and helping them to be aware of what is the digital world meaning actually, and how they can be responsible. How can we let them climb the ladder up a higher and higher ladder every day, a little bit more, rather than let them go at some moment, how to walk them through in a way like in the playground. They start with the smaller ones and they start to go to the bigger climbing things. The same thing ought to happen in the digital world. From the parents or guardians' perspective, it has to be ensuring that the child is safe. At the moment, we parents feel completely powerless. Is he safe? I hope so. And to my understanding, I'm trying to do so, but I don't know that he's safe. At the same time, it has to make the life of the parent or the guardian easier. It has to make life better. It has to be better experience than what there is today. And for the circle of trust, meaning the extended family, the friends, the teachers, the schools, the health providers, the government, all the service providers for the children, transport, everything, it has to be working in a way that everyone is on the same boat, ensuring the best interests of the child and building relationships with them. How to strengthen those links with the circle of trust, how to make them easier, and how to help the child take responsibility of building his or her own networks. If we go to the next. So this is a summary of what makes a great digital experience from some work done to get before with the skills data, MyData skills data team. It has to work, of course. The technical platforms have to work. And there's a lot of technical people in the room that can ensure that. But remember that the child, the family, the circle of trust has to love it. Whatever you do has to be lovable. And finally, that it has to be fair and it has to be trustable. So this is where the UNICEF principles, MyData principles comes in. Those are very clear guidelines of what needs to be done. So remember, these are the 3 dimensions to make a great digital experience. We can go to the next. And just to make it a bit more granular understanding, when talking about digital solutions for children, if you are in a position to do this, you have to remember that you have to focus on the user experience and daily practices of the child, parent, guardian, and circle of trust. You need to understand how your solution fits into their everyday life. We don't want more apps. We want learning opportunities for our children that make sense. So it's not about families fitting you in, it's rather that how do you fit in the everyday life of the families and the child. So hopefully you can also help them to make more informed decisions regarding how their personal data and constituency is being used. This is a topic also touching very much on data literacy. Then from the perspective of policy and legal dimensions, we need to have the policies and regulations. I'm not going to go into this because this is not my field, but Emma was very clear of transmitting that message. We need to have those policies and legal frameworks in place for this to work. But what we can do is to guide our policymakers in what things are important to consider and show the way of how ethical and human-centric ecosystems can be implemented and what type of frameworks are needed to do that. And this is a topic that will be taken into discussion during the overall conference. And for you, public and private organizations there, that I think the majority of you are from that, it's about data use and flows. Remember that even if you're handling the data, it's the children's data. You have to have practices that are ethical, and you have to ensure that the data is used for sensible services that make their life better. If most probably it's, I wouldn't say that the majority of the companies have the best interest at heart, but there is ways to revise your current procedures to have a fair, safer, and smarter use of personal data. And even children are more sensitive data that we have to protect even further than adults. There is already really good guidelines. And for instance, there is the CITRA workbook on a fair data economy that is a very good start. And hopefully within the next couple of years, there can be a further work on the dimension of children in that. But every single organization, there's something you can do to improve your practices for the best interest of the child. If we go to the next. And today, probably we're focusing on very advanced context. We are in Finland looking to many very developed Edtech solutions, but we should not forget that there is other experiences. And in our group, there is 2 persons actively working on that. So Marcel has been working with MyData Africa chapters to bring this message also to them. And Dixon is not there with you today because he's in Cambodia, where he's going to be having an ICT camp, long workshop, in where he will work with ICT teams, but especially with policymakers to see what can be done applying MyData principles. So thank you both, Dixon and Marcel, for such an important work you're doing. If we go to the next. So going back to today, we're going to have an Edtech case that Emma is going to introduce. This was defined by UNICEF. And in that case, there's different actors. Eleanor is the absolute queen of today. So everyone making presentations today, try to also explain what is your solution from the perspective of Eleanor, how it is going to make Eleanor's life better. We have different actors, Eleanor, parents, teachers, Edtech service providers, 1 or 2 government suppliers, and doctors and nurses. And we have to remember how all these interact in the ecosystem. And we have different dimensions that need to be taken care into working ecosystem, like management of data, consent of data, requests, governance, reporting, identity, etc., etc. But what we are going to focus on today is some examples of technical enablers, because there's already some things that are either at conceptual level or very developed that can be started to be used. Each will explain where they are, but these are the critical building blocks that can give us an idea, concrete ideas of how a fair data ecosystem for children may work. What some ways of doing different of what we have today. So thank you, Vic. Thank you to all of those that are going to be presenting today. If we go to the next. And I think this is all from my behalf at this moment. I will pass the word to Emma so she can introduce you to Eleanor. And let's build the best possible digital future for her using MyData principles. Thank you, everyone. Wish I was there. Enjoy very much today and the conference. Learn a lot, but have also a lot of fun. And I hope you are enjoying the maybe good weather in Helsinki and enjoy the beautiful surroundings. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paula. We very much wish you were here too. That was really great overview. So as Paula said, we want to focus really our workshopping today with a case study in mind and with an actual child in mind. So Eleanor is this child. She's 12 years old and she's a school student. So she lives in Europe. The context for our thinking today is a European context. She's an active digital user and she's very comfortable doing her homework online from home. She doesn't mind sharing her own blog and photos through the school learning platform, which she logs into at home, and she sends them into school as part of her assignments. Through a different piece of technology, she's also learning French. So there's an app to help her to learn a language, and she wants to visit Paris. So she's very keen to learn French through this app, which she finds is really helping her language skills. And she also, like many children, loves using social media, and she likes to share her feelings and express herself online. She also likes to talk about and share her severe anxiety that she has around pressure to get good grades. And she finds comfort from this kind of sharing in online spaces from friends who she interacts with. So that's Eleanor. Next slide, please. So this is the case description for the workshop. So we still want to keep Eleanor in mind. Eleanor goes to this school, and this school uses an Edtech platform which allows for hybrid teaching. So they offer classes in person in the school, but also children can log in from home as well. And the software is used for teaching, to assign homework, and for students to hand their homework in as well. And parents can access the software through their own parent portal. And the school's using an app, which we know that Eleanor loves, to help with language learning. So this app is powered by an algorithm, and it's a kind of personalized learning that reacts to the child's learning patterns and assesses their level, and can be used to flag potential learning difficulties. And then the school is also using a piece of safety tech, which logs searches that are made when children go online, in case children are searching for words related to terrorism or suicide or self-harm. So between all of these, there's a lot of data being collected and processed from children by these different pieces of EdTech. And all of this data is of interest to the Ministry of Education, to the Ministry of Social Welfare, Ministry of Health, Department of National Security, and it's also of great commercial value to the EdTech companies themselves. So when we're thinking about the sharing of data, we're thinking about these interests, but also what agency the child should and could have in this context, and also their parents and the teachers. So how can we manage this process in the best interests of the child? Back over to you, Gulshan.
Thank you. So these are the questions that we would like to keep in mind moving through. We will have a break in a minute, but after that, there will be presentations from people who are presenting their solutions, their ideas, the concepts they're working on. So this is always some key questions that will guide those presentations, but also when we go to breakout rooms, keeping Eleanor in mind, keeping these questions in mind, really looking into different concepts from this perspective. So I think this was a great introduction to why we are here today. If you're here, that means you're interested in some way or another with, maybe you have children, maybe you are really passionate about how the current data ecosystem are, and maybe you have an idea or passion to change it. So I also would like to remind you, really tune into that when we listen to presentations, when we go to breakout rooms, that we are here for a reason. And it's amazing that we can channel it together also through the conference, and hopefully it will create meaningful momentum. So for now, let's take a 10-15 minutes break. Okay, let's make it 14 minutes, so we will meet at the hour. And then we will start with the presentations. Some people will be joining online, some people will be here. We'll hear from them, and then we will continue the day. So we'll see you in 14 minutes. All right, for people online, we are starting.
Ian, do you want to already come to the stage? I think so. Once the red light is on. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon also from my side. We are now going to the second part about MyData building blocks. When we started to design this whole workshop, I think it was in March or April, we actually sat together a few people of the MyData community and we said, okay, let's demonstrate something in the Edtech. Quite a lot of different service providers, I would call it. Let's make a cool presentation to see what is possible right now. And we were sitting together online and having some ideas. And what we actually found, it was not so easy because we said, okay, if we want to really demonstrate and we want to go into also technical details, we need a lot of time to explain why certain decisions were done and does it really work out? So we came to the conclusion, let's just describe the different building blocks that are there. And actually also we struggled with that one. And we said, okay, then at least demonstrate what companies are active or want to be active in this area. And out of those discussions, now I think there are 7 presentations from different actors that will now give or showcase their solutions. And if you go to the next slide, the fine people from Human Colossus, or you see here what are the technical enablers. Next question, please, is, and one more. Okay, so it's now, so should have been one slide from the people from Human Colossus that said, okay, how can we actually frame the questions about ed technology and agency of children's, what should be done, what could be done, what is already possible today, and a goal for the next 2 days, and as Mary just said it very nicely, also for the next years is, what are the discussion items we need to focus on to really move forward? So we will not solve everything. We cannot reach world peace in this conference, as much as I would love to, but really making small measurable steps. And this is also the goal of this session now, of different initiatives presenting their ideas and what their contribution is in the respective areas. So this is the image I was referring to. So there are those, there's a data governance at the very center, and it, 2 big service areas, the purpose-driven services and the insights-driven services. I think this is a very nice visualization of what we are talking right now. And I hand over now to Ian. He will talk about Bits for Kids, a very interesting initiative about identity, a very important part in this overall ecosystem.
Can you hear me? Right, so Bits for Kids is effectively a project from the MyData Scotland Hub. There's no business or business model behind it. It's just a bunch of mainly data geeks and technologists who had some access to some tools who said, okay, let's play around and see where we get this. So next slide, please. DIDs for Kids is obviously a bit of a weird name. So what is a DID, right? A DID is a decentralized identity in a particular technical format, which is now a worldwide standard procured through or built up through the WC3 consortium. So under the hood, a DID is a cryptographic key. So it's not just your average text string. It can do an awful lot of things. It can be an endpoint for data exchange. It can be a sign up, sign in with that DID. It can encrypt things. It can decrypt things. That's what it looks like. You can't quite see it with that line in the middle, but basically it's a long cryptographic key, which is a public part and a private part
locking and unlocking things. So most users will never see that long thing because nobody's going to want to see such a long thing. You're going to have digital wallets like an Apple wallet or an Android wallet that essentially hides all that complexity away. But you can see them as customer numbers, right? So we don't think about that very often, but every organization that you deal with essentially has a number for you, which doesn't, it's not very typically a very smart number. It's just the number that represents you in their systems. This is the equivalent of the customer or the individual coming along and saying, that's great, thank you very much for that number. Here's my number for me, and actually here's my number for you as well. So it's basically putting individual-driven capabilities and agency into the system. So next slide, please. There's a lot of text, so I'm just going to rattle through the key points. Project begun in 2019. MyData Scotland Hub. It's essentially about 4 of us at different public and private sector folks in Scotland, academics, NHS were involved, and we built a prototype that essentially says, how about we give a child from pre-birth one of these DIDs, i.e. a digital identity, and a data store of their own, clearly run for them by their parents or their guardians. And the principle is that allows them to act in a very different way, right? So this is not a current architecture, it's a speculation about how things could work. If a child is tooled up from day 0, and the first thing that comes along in Scotland or the UK is what they call the Red Book, which is the NHS early years data gathering device, which is physical, and they've now got a digital version, but it's the early years record. So essentially we built a prototype that says, if the individual has a DID and a data store, and their parents populate the basic shell, name, date of birth, that's then taken by the NHS and validated and verified as the starter for the NHS record. Or then along comes the birth registration. Birth registration acts the same way. So it always assumes the individual child has capability rather than starts with building organizational views of that child. And that prototype worked fine because we could essentially build a fake NHS and a fake birth registration and a fake nursery. So that's all reasonably okay. And then COVID got in the way, so we kind of parked things and we used the same tech for building COVID test and vaccine credentials. It's the same underlying cryptographic plumbing. Next slide, please. Conclusion, there's no technical, legal or commercial barrier to this, a child being the point of integration and origination for data about them. Right? So clearly there's lots of cultural and organization-centric barriers that have emerged over the last essentially 35, 40 years since computing was around that mean we don't think in these terms, but actually there's no barrier, right? I first investigated this thing for Royal Mail way back in '97. How about we give everyone a data store? And back then it was going to cost £20 per head per year. Well, these days it's nothing like that. It's a tiny number. What that means in practice is that there's essentially a missing ceremony. And by ceremony, I mean a step that happens on the internet. So a ceremony would typically be sign up and sign in at a ceremony. So what we concluded was that if you jump forward a slide, we need an additional capability. Instead of all these standard login with Facebook, login with Twitter, login with you name it, login or sign up with MyData. And MyData is not any particular technology other than a DID and a data store. It can be any DID method or any data store. But it assumes the individual has capability. And it assumes that the first step should be, rather than say, you need to come in and fill in this form on my website, it's, do you have your own data store that you would like us to access to provide that connection to give us the data that we need? So the ceremony is more akin to, do you have something of your own that you want to use that can give us data, as being the NHS or the birth registration or the nursery or the whoever, and critically, and then what data can we give back to your data store? So you end up in that model with a much more balanced ecosystem because the organization has what they need to run the processes that they need to run, but the individual has the agency and the capability to be that point of origination and integration for data. That's what we need, and we will carry on building that essentially, and it remains a MyData Scotland Hub project, but I think we now need to get back moving again and reach out and see who else wants to get involved. That's up. Any questions, or do you want to take them later? Okay, who's next?
Okay, hello everyone from Human Colossus side. I also wanted to have have a few words just to put you on where we are, or put us on your map. And okay, closer, good. Yeah, Human Colossus is a foundation concentrating on the technology, IPRs, and development community, and so on. So it is an independent foundation and Swiss-based. And the mission is to facilitate the development of the dynamic data economy, which has very much to do with the MyData type of decentralized data management, but not only about the personal data of all data. So yes, we wanted to address the Unicef Manifesto points. So to start a conversation with you all and with Unicef. So we took some points. The first one about protecting children and how we see that we can bring something is the child-centered data governance, which is enabled by creating child-centered data governance administration. And Paul can explain. I just put some arrows here to some tests and demos and things that we have already done, so which could be applied.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Maddie.
Good.
Is that working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll recall just before Ian spoke, there was a bubble diagram, and really at the top of that diagram was the child and a potential guardian with their parent. You had the purpose-based services, a bubble on your left, and your insights-based services on your right, and then in the middle you had a data governance administration. And I think that part is what you're talking about here, the child-centered data governance administration. And it's really a multi-stakeholder space. It's we're not going to build this. One company is not going to sit in that space. It has to be a collaborative effort. And really the data governance administration is all about the rules and regulations for safe and secure data sharing within the ecosystem. We call them data governance administrations rather than data governance authorities, because we're trying to split the administration from the authority. So when you do like a proof of concept, it's you administer the rules and regulations, but at that stage it's not necessarily an authority, because that will come from a national government or something like that. So we tried to separate that term. Yeah, and then the difference between the purpose-based services and the insights-driven services are purpose-based services in society. We would be things like hospitals, taxis, schools, those sorts of things. People, I think, services that provide a specific purpose for a citizen. And then on the other side of the model is insights-driven services. So that's services that are looking to use existing data within the ecosystem for better analytics and insights for the improvement of the ecosystem. So yeah, that's about as high level as I can go. Much geekier than that, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, exactly. That's very good. Yeah, and this is when we often talk about the data data-driven administration or data-driven insight-based services or data-driven decision making and so on. So that's why that's where we come to the next point. If you go back to the child-centered data, which needs to be high quality, including the metadata. And if you, Paul, can just also quickly comment on the importance of data and importance of data quality and so on. Why is it especially important with children's data?
Yeah, so in society today, a lot of times that when people are looking for data, it tends to come from, when people are knitting data together for analytics, it tends to come from what I call the insights-driven side. So they kind of say what kind of data they're looking for, and they do all the manipulation to find the data. The problem with that is that a lot of the context, the original context of the data is lost. So what we say is that that context needs to be maintained from the source, and the purpose-driven services are the people that are getting the initial data capture into the ecosystem. So they need to be kind of maintaining the context so that when people are looking for data, it's not those guys that are dictating the context; it's coming from the source.
Okay, thanks. And of course, one of my favorite parts. I have a background, not only my own 4 children collaborating with them, but also a long history of several children's organizations and so on. So I always love to get them involved and hear their voices and so on. And with this technology part, the technology component called Trusted Digital Assistant, we can have the child's voice in the picture or in the ecosystem without engaging the child constantly online. So we can have this kind of filters, if you like, or models, or if you want to, Paul, comment on that side. So
in the community, you'll hear a lot of organizations talking about a digital wallet, and the digital wallet really came from the identity space, and it was really for things like rotating cryptographic keys and that sort of, and credentials and that sort of stuff. The Trusted Digital Assistant kind of is the same sort of idea. It's an interface into the ecosystem for the user, but it's really spun on the data rather than the identity. So this is where you can have filters for what kind of services you're looking for and all that sort of stuff. And that's so we try and not call it a digital wallet because we don't want to get it confused with the DIDs too much, and more about the services.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And we also have the last slide about kind of getting it all together. So we can just, I think, how are we with the time? But you can just ping me on 2 minutes. Okay. That's good. So we can just quickly comment this, that combining all these technology components, we can build this kind of architecture where UNICEF and the children are kind of in charge of how the data will be used, and then all the other technology providers here will have their place on the ecosystem. And also there are some gaps, and we need some more partners to really build up this kind of a child-centered data ecosystem. But maybe this is kind of
and I think one important thing to think within a child-centric space is that you need room for a guardian in that space, whether it's a parent, something like that. So it's equivalent to in the healthcare sector, if somebody has dementia, you'd have a guardian that would be have guardian rights over their data, and you'll need a similar sort of thing within a children's space as well. So something to think about.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, hello also from my side. My name is Christopher Bianek, and today, my 8 minutes, I want to talk about words, because this is really the concept we communicate with our children. This is also what Unicef, MyData, we need to kind of establish terms, what we are talking about. And when I prepared here, I started actually with this quite a difficult term, data sovereignty. But I want even make one step more back. When you look at the upper left side, we are called our association, a non-profit association, Own Your Data. And when I explained it to my kids, I have 3 boys, 7, 10, and 11 years old, said, okay, if I can own it, can I sell it? Can I get sweets for my data? Can I buy a soccer ball? And they said, no, this is not ownership. Own is here a verb. And this is about mastering, understanding your data. You have responsibility for your data. And so we were not so enthusiastic anymore about it and said, okay. And this is, I think, very important that we need to be aware of when we create all those concepts, how do we communicate it? And just when we prepared earlier today's workshop, when we talked about sovereignty, what does it mean actually? Because there are certain groups who are very concerned about the topic of sovereignty. It is actually only a state who is sovereign, who can provide an identity. And now suddenly some tech people are coming and saying, okay, you have a decentralized identity and you maintain it your own. Is this accepted? And I like a lot, it's called an initiative called Data Sovereignty Now. They said, when you talk about sovereignty, there's 3 main pillars. And I think it's quite interesting concept. The first one is identity, to establish identity, who can provide an identity, how can a kid have an identity. Just my middle son now had his bicycle test, and he has now got his kind of checks that he can ride alone, and he's very proud of it. He wears it everywhere. He even takes it to bed. But this is a picture of him, and this is his identity that he can drive around, and having also an identity for the data set you collect and creating some kind of agency, I think is very important for the kids. The next one is trust and control. So when you have your data and you need to share it with others, how actually trust you someone that you give your data? How do you control it when you hand over someone the data? So also we need to establish mechanisms there. And then the other one is linked data. Here is really, do we all understand the same when we have some data? There are different meanings to the data. How do we annotate the data? And I think based on those 3 pillars, I want now to describe how Eleonora can use this. And I got next slide. I completely lost it here. I will just use it here. So identity, we already heard about a decentralized method. I think this is a quite interesting technology stack, giving an identity to a child, but we have to be aware of that there are also this guardianship. We have parents, maybe we have teachers who also have a stake and who also want to manage part of it. And I could imagine maybe it will be also with my kids, they have now their smartphone to have a wallet or whatever the technology is called, but being aware of and seeing it on the smartphone that they have an identity and can manage the identities. They see who accesses the data, what happens to the data. And this would be a first step for children to somehow understand what is going on. So Eleonora would get some awareness. There is data from her. People are using it and having some agency to say, I want to maybe revoke access now. That someone, if I use a computer game, maybe I use an online service, that I decide, actually, I want to opt out. I don't want to use it anymore. Giving the possibilities also to experience it. Next one. So when you have an identity, you also need to establish kind of a trust relationship. For children, this is very important. We as parents, we're the first ones to trust. But the older they get other relationships. Sometimes there is trust, based on trust, sometimes it doesn't work out. And I'm actually quite glad that MyData said we have those MyData operators who kind try to agree how they work together, what MyData principles should be fulfilled, explaining those principles to children. I think this is very important, and it's not only about technical measures. Yes, we can talk about cryptography, we can have all kinds of software and so on, but even more important, I think, as a non-technical measures to establish trust. I'm very glad together with Gülcan that we have established MyData literacy. How can we teach to the children what is it what they're working with? So a term like when you have agency of the data, that there are things like standards, things that you comply to. Of course, sometimes it's hard, but there are benefits behind it. Discussing it, providing maybe online trainings, providing this. So this is very important. And for Eleonora, this is really creating a safe space, because children must make mistakes. Otherwise, they will not learn. I mean, you can tell them 5 times, of course, they will put their hand on the hot oven. And so there will be mistakes, but it should still be kind of a safe place that things are not going wrong. And then finally, for the linked data, it's not enough to open up our data silos. We kind of make them interoperable. And this is also from the MyData operators concept. There are actually 3 forms of interoperability. The technical interoperability, that I can tap into a data source. The semantic interoperability, to create kind of a common understanding what it is. And then the third level is the organizational interoperability, that I can say, okay, this data, I have certain usage rights. You can use it under certain conditions and really follow those between different operators. And I have read previously this sentence, freedom to leave, but not to lose. Right now, if you have your account on Instagram, on Facebook, yes, it is there. People will use it. But I think our goal should be a possibility to move to another service, maybe an open source service, hopefully a MyData operator, and not actually losing out when you leave a platform. So this freedom to leave but not to lose, this should be our goal. And also establishing this with kids to understand what does it mean. Data annotated, how to use it best. Okay, those were some terms that I wanted to establish that we will hopefully discuss in the next 2 days, next 2 years. And I don't know if we make a break now to maybe discuss this or the next one. Okay, we will make a 10 minutes break. Happy to discuss this further. And then I think we have a few online presentations. Thank you. Okay. Hello back, and we continue with other now online presentations. And I would like to ask, is Onno Hansen Stashinsky online? Hello, Onno.
Good afternoon. How are you?
You're just trying to get you on the screen, and then you can start with your presentation.
Great. Let's start with Eleanor. Eleanor is the one we are talking about today. So if we look at the European legislation that's there, but Eleanor lives in Europe, there is a lot of great legislation in place, like for instance, the GDPR. The only problem is there is no implementation mechanism often in place. So for instance, with the GDPR, there is no real age verification mechanism and no real parental consent mechanism. And with my wife, Beata Stashinsky-Hansen, we tried to change that together with European Parliament and then European Commission. And now there is a sort of quest for the infrastructure. We hope we won't have to do the same with the new identity wallet that's coming up within the European Union. It's called the Eud Wallet, but it's an identity wallet. And basically, it says that users are in control, users are centered in the center of it all. There is interoperability, so you can use your identity in your own country, but also cross-border. And there is a lot of tech and functionality definitions going on. But there is no special consideration for Eleanor. And that's a little bit of a problem. Next slide, please. So, of course, we need to think of the best interest for the child. So what we should have in place is something solid that is not really dependent on legislative symbolism. So big words in text, but no implementation. Holes in the text, so loopholes. They should also be independent of that. There should be no real room for interpretations that could harm the child, or there should be an enforcement of the legislation when the regulation is in place, which is also lacking from time to time. And we shouldn't depend on goodwill by market parties. And the reason why this is so important, it's not just that children are important, but also parents and all adults think this is a very big issue, that well-being and safety of children online is extremely important. And it's seen as now as a risk or a harm. So we need to do something with it, but it should be independent of goodwill or interpretations. Next slide, please. So basically what we would propose is a self-sovereign identity vault. So basically a wallet, but a wallet with data for all children. What is important? It should have everything that's now in EIDAS 2. So in the legislation that will enable this kind of wallet in Europe, which means, like I said, user-centered and a lot of definitions. But what is lacking is it should have privacy by design. So you should be able to have a selective disclosure of attributes. So not everything at once. And of course, it is now in the current text, it should be there, but not that it shall be there. That's a very important distinction. Of course, consent is required, but it should be revocable. Now it's only talking about control. And we want everybody, children inclusive, also Eleanor, to have consent in place. The word is not mentioned in the current legislation. There should be, when the consent is given, a table of what consent is given so far. So time frame, a ground status, and also who is getting it, which means that if you are a child or a parent with the child, you can see what is happening and you can always revoke or continue. Also, what is very important, that if somebody asks you for data, you should know for real that this is the person who is asking it, that they are authenticated, that this is really the person that asks you the question and not somebody else. Also, what is very important, maybe the most important, there should be no storage by non-governmental organization of child personal data outside of the vault, which means the vault is the only place where people can get their data. And I'll come back to that. Also, there should be no backdoors. The problem with backdoors is they're hackable. And what the last thing we want is child data to be hacked and to be spread around. But also is very important for us is broader definition of personal data. For instance, pictures are not seen as personal data, even though they are the most identifiable part of us, except for, of course, the formal data and biological data and biometrical data. And then what we really want is parental involvement, which is not mentioned in the GDPR, is also only constrained to parental consent. We want to have a more active role. So next slide, please. Yeah, so basically this is a lot of words, but what it means, it's very simple. That only the child and their parents and guardian, especially for Eleanor because she's only 12, so under 13, according to the GDPR, and probably also will be in Eud Wallet, they will decide together who has access to data in their vault, but it's revocable. So only the child, nobody else, and of course with the parents or guardians. The second one is governmental third parties, so governmental parties, can only access the child personal data at its vault, but the only exception is if there is a legal reason not to do it in this way. So, for instance, there could be a very good legal ground for which there is no consent needed, but it should be on a session based, on a case-by-case based, and not blanket. Also, if you look at non-governmental third parties, we would like to have them only access the child within the data and not store them by themselves. And also we want third parties can only request the bare minimum of personal data, especially for children. Why is this important? The moment that you have access and not copies going on, you really have control over your data. The moment there are copies out there, you have to rely on the goodwill of parties to destroy or at least disable them. The moment you have only access and the data are only in one place, the control is real. So that is in very short terms what we propose, which means basically a real child-centered, real control mechanism, which will empower kids to really think about who they want to share the data with and why. And that there's no automatism that will force them to do anything against their will. Thank you. And of course, this is the most important. It's nice that we propose something, but we would love to discuss this further with child participation. And participation not in the sense that there's only like going to be an outcome that we propose and that can be rejected, but if it will be rejected, there should be a mediation process why it will be rejected. So we don't want to have just participation, but also mechanism in place. The child has the same voice as we have as adults and really can negotiate with us further in the mediation process. So that would be like our proposition to sort of empower the children and make them really in control of the data.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have two more online presentations. One is Dixon from Fujitsu and Marianne from InnoPay. Is one of you online? Both. Okay, then let's move on with Marianne from InnoPay. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, it's yours. Yes, we hear and see you.
Thank you so much. Well, thanks all. It's very good to be here, even though it's just online. I will be there tomorrow in person, so enough time to discuss. What I would like to do is I would like to share a project we're currently facilitating, which is called Eud. And I'd like to share some insights with you. So if you allow me, I'll start to share my screen. Are you seeing my video? If I don't see myself, but if all is well, you're seeing my video. Ah, thank you. This is very unfortunate. It says I need to put some securities on before I can share my screen. Is it a possibility that Dixon starts first and I'll make this in order before you proceed?
And we'll just wait. Or maybe you can email us the presentation and we share it.
Sorry?
Maybe you can email us the presentation and we share it.
I can do so, but that will take a few minutes. So that would be better than if Dixon goes first.
Fortunately, Dixon is not online anymore.
Ah, okay. What I can also do is something else. Is try to. Is there anybody after me so I could have a couple of minutes to fix this, or?
Unfortunately not. But
okay, then I'll just have to do it no slide, and I think that's the best option.
Screen. Just tell us.
Yeah. Okay. So what I would like to share with you is the case of Eud, and that is a it's a project that is initiated in the Netherlands by the ecosystem of all parties involved in digital education. So it is initiated by a group of the sector associations and business associations in primary, secondary, vocational, and special education. And what they really want to achieve, the basic thing is that Eud is a data space, is going to be a data space for education, which wants to, which has the ambition also shared in previous presentations of seamless data sharing aimed at digital educational resources in this space. So the whole tagline is Eud, which is the name of the project. And the tagline is simple, secure, and trust-based data sharing for the educational sector. And what it basically is what we try to do is we try to create a scheme, a set of agreements for all parties involved in the ecosystem of digital education, digital educational materials, I have to say. So Dutch schools and suppliers of digital learning resources have taken together the initiative to develop agreements that will facilitate this simple and safe and trust-based access to and use of digital learning resources for primary, secondary, vocational and special educational needs schools. So this doesn't encompass higher education. Yeah, thanks. In the comments, there's a link to the website. Absolutely. Thank you very much. And this scheme, the whole aim is that this scheme reduces the effort and risk associated with using digital applications for teaching purposes and will help schools to offer future-proof education that gets the best out of pupils and students. So the whole idea is that we really co-create with all the parties together on the table the agreements necessary to achieve this. So the aim is for creating a soft infrastructure on top of which, am I doing that? On top of which the different propositions of people can reside. And what I wanted to show, and it's so unfortunate because, but I'll share it with you later, is this really sounds very abstract, but what are the use cases that we really try to achieve? And these are about all kinds of, this whole scheme tries to facilitate different use cases. And these use cases revolve around things like a student saying, I now have all the data about, or a teacher saying, I now have all the data about each of my students at my disposal at the touch of a button. Or you could think of use cases and user stories like to purchase and use new material resources is a lot easier now. Yeah. So as a school leader or a learning materials coordinator, it gives me a lot more time to dive into the content of learning materials, and I can make a better choice. But there are also users stories centered around privacy, of course, so that schools can really say, rest assured, at our school, the privacy of the children's personal data is well taken care of. But also very practical, of course. So students and teachers who use the learning resources and environments can be safe in the knowledge that they are always available. Because let's not forget, besides all the good stuff that we all want to achieve with, data privacy and data sovereignty, there's also a huge practical problem of using all these different digital online resources in the classroom and losing a lot of time with helping students to log in, restarting systems, because it's not interoperable. And this also holds for aggregating results. So basically what this whole initiative is about, it's about changing this whole thing from a kind of supply chain thing into an ecosystem. So it's going to be an ecosystem for digital learning resources, a set of agreements along the lines of functional, legal, operational, and technical, of course, agreements that make this into a soft infrastructure or a database, so you want. So jointly developing these mutual agreements will create this data space for education. And that's going to be an ecosystem in which schools and suppliers of digital learning resources can seamlessly share data in a secure and convenient manner. One of the things that we try to solve is on a practical thing, as I just mentioned, so we do want to reduce the amount of time spent logging into various systems, but also giving better visibility into individual pupils or students' progress toward their learning goals. And as everybody probably knows in this room, learning goals is a difficult topic. Are you talking about usage? Are you talking about progress? Are you talking about results? So we also want to make agreements on how can you share these results in a seamless way. So you can guide these students towards their learning goals and also facilitate teachers to guide these students towards their learning goals. And of course, first and foremost, to allow them to utilize digital applications in a safer and more privacy-friendly way. So, because these, in our view, are all important pillars of flexible and future-focused education. Now, what is really interesting is that this initiative is started by the sector associations and the business associations in this field, and is backed by the Ministry of Education in the Netherlands. And this project has just been granted funds to operate the coming 9 years, and that gives it a real strong, how do you say that? Wind beneath the wings, because it also, first of all, it shows the dedication of the people and the organizations in the ecosystem that they really want to achieve this. But also it's a very clear signal to everyone in this ecosystem that this time this is going to happen. And you better be at the co-creation table, because this is the agreements along the lines of how we are going to do business in this space for the coming years. So one thing I wanted to remark before closing off a few things is the agreements, as I said, are going to be along the lines not just technical, but also operational and legal and functional. And one of the things is that we, of course, look at roles in this ecosystem. So in previous presentations, I already heard a lot of interesting stuff. And we are looking at what kind of roles would play a part in this ecosystem. So you could think about identity provider or authorization registry or catalog services, showing a catalog of all educational materials that are in place. So we are looking at not just not just making agreements about technical stuff, but also really looking at what kind of roles do we have in this ecosystem, and what kind of agreements, what boxes should you tick to be able to supply that role in this ecosystem. So before you could be an identity provider, or before you could be a catalog service provider, what kind of things should you tick the box of? And interestingly enough, we don't start from scratch. These organizations in this ecosystem are already talking to each other. And for instance, they've already reached agreements on a privacy document that they all adhere to, which kind of gives practical guidelines of how to comply to the GDPR, so that for them it's become simpler to comply. And of course, these agreements we will use and enhance on in this new trust framework. So what I would love to contribute is, of course, first, no, let's start the other way. What I find really interesting is to hear from all the other initiatives on how they, the ideation on the roles and the parts, in this ecosystem that everybody is working on. So I hope to get a lot of ideas and a lot of content and contribution, so we can build upon that. And on the other way, I'm perfectly open and perfectly ready to contribute whatever we create in this space. So all the things that we think of, and maybe, when we have a picture of the roles in the ecosystem, of course, we will be very willing to share. And I think for this moment, that is what I would like to share. And excuse me for the presentation, but I will share the slides as soon as I send them through.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marianne. I think this was the last presentation, and just giving a short recap before we have a break and then going to the workshop session. We have here now very different perspectives, starting with the Bits for Kids methods, talking really about identity, what is possible, what we've heard from Human Colossus, how those different goals from the Unicef Manifesto can be realized, what is possible. I tried with my presentation to focus on words, what terms we need to have a common understanding. And then also it was quite interesting from Onu's presentation about the current IDAS 2, the wallets that will come. So I'm quite sure actually that this is a technology that will become a reality, one form or another. And now actually a very concrete example from Marianne, what is currently going on in educational technology. We actually want to form now 4 groups, and I think there should be one of the next slides before. So we have 4. Please choose one of those tracks. So there will be one on policy and legislation, one on business, on data literacy and technology. So we will form those groups, and we would like to ask you to think about what can be the next steps. What is some actionable outcome that we can work on in the next 2 days, but actually also beyond this conference, what we want to work on, what we want to have a common understanding, maybe where we can collaborate with each other. And the planning currently is, if I understand it correctly, 30 minutes that we have in those groups, and then coming again together, discussing this for 30 minutes. Maybe Gülşen.
Yes, so that's pretty much right. So we will take a break now for 10 minutes. And for those who are participating online, there will be a breakout room for you facilitated by Paula. So you will have the opportunity to discuss as well. And for the breakout sessions, so each will have a designated area. I will be the facilitator for the literacy group. So if you are interested in talking about the literacy, what is going right, what needs to be done based on what we talked today, and on the case study of Edtech. There will be policy breakout room will be facilitated by Emma, so you can follow her, and business will be her, yeah, and then technology, Ian. So anyone who who's interested in any of these breakout rooms, please follow the facilitators after the break. So we will have let's say 13 minutes break. So we come back at, we go to the breakout rooms. It will be all here. At 20 past, we'll meet in your designated breakout rooms with the facilitators. And yep. Yes. Yes. So that's essentially providing as a concrete study case study. You can think about it. What is going on in tech? What is right? What's happening? What still needs to be done? So the outcomes can be based on Eleanor specifically, if you wanted more concrete, or maybe Edtech in general. But we do want to get something concrete out of it to be presented on the second day of the conference. Yep.
I don't think that's been set, so we can shape however we want to make the perspective or what we think would be most interesting, unless Emma and Gulsen, you'd like us to take a specific perspective.
I would say it needs to be decided in the group. So we want to give you a specific kind of thinking or like guidance. So there will be what is going right, and there we will ask you to come up with 3 action points. But how you get there is entirely up to you, the facilitator and the group. What are your interests? Maybe you focus on a very specific part of the business, because I mean, all of these areas are quite huge, right? And we don't really have time to discuss every little thing. But it's really up to the group, depending on what you find interesting and what you want to, how you want to shape your kind of action items based on that.
I think in envisaging this, I think the distinction was between like the policy and the law, and then the business self-regulation, and then the technology being the more technical aspects to do with things like interoperability. But you're definitely free, if you think business has to have a different focus, to take it on a different path. Yes. Yes. I think we just you wanted to go to a different slide, didn't you? And there's another question over here. Do you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that the policy and legislation is really about governance. Business is really about services, and then the technology is the technology to enable the ecosystem. I think business should be focused on the services within the ecosystem, business services.
Do you think we could do that when we come to the end, or do you think that's a bad way of going about it?
Yeah, I think also when we come back after the activity, each group will have the opportunity to share what happened and kind of summarize discussion points. So I think we will definitely see those overlapping points or those connections that will be mentioned in each group. I'm pretty sure. So, right. So we will be back at 20 past, which is now just under 10 minutes break. Find your facilitators in the group that you're interested in. Online people will go into a breakout room with Paula, and the activity will be for half an hour, and then we'll follow the rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, we'll be ready to start in a minute. Let's see, still, people still recovering from the workshop?
Everybody, people online, hopefully you had a lovely conversations.
Yes.
All right. Please sit down. All right, so we are back. Hopefully everyone had a lovely conversation. Now we're essentially gonna go through each groups and listen to what they've been talking about. What are the outcomes? What is going well? And what are the at least 3 must-do items that the group kind of came up with? So for a start, we will start with the business group. So if Ian.
Technology.
Technology, sorry, yes. In the afternoon.
Right, is this working? So this is our work in progress, obviously, but in terms of what is working right now. Siri doesn't like a Scottish accent. You see? I need Max Siri. Right, enough of Siri. What's going right now, the technology exists, and particularly certainly in the UK, we use Microsoft School or whatever it's called, and Google Classroom are massively used. So in our world, it's better to have something that you can look at and change bits of the bits that you don't think are working as well as they could be. So the technology exists, it's in use, it's got mass adoption, it's got data models and databases that you can understand and you can poke and prod at. In terms of what needs to be done, the first point we made, which is a kind of just a terminology thing, technology must include data management, because the technology is really neither here nor there. It's just a neutral piece of plumbing. It's really the data management that's the essence of what we need to try and change. Over on the right-hand side, I had sketched out there's certain things that we believe Eleanor needs to have, the kind of things we talked about on in the technology session earlier on. So Eleanor is going to need identifier management that she controls, which includes data wallets, digital wallets, and credentials. She's going to need data stores that she controls, one or more likely multiple, one local storage, cloud storage, multiple options. And she's going to need apps and services that assume that she has these capabilities in place, right? They don't work as currently works. And that combination of things give her the agency and the ability to act in empowered ways. Yeah.
Does this work? Yeah. So there's kind of two models to look at. One's kind of for the governance guys is the socioeconomic side, and then this is really digital networking side, which is about technology. And in technology, there's two domains. One's the inputs domain and one's the semantic domain. And in the inputs domain, you can think of it like when you enter anything in the system, it has to come from, it needs to be signed so that at a moment in time, so that you can then have the provenance of where the data's come from. And then in the semantic, so that's all about events. So, you know, at this moment in time, you have authentication that where it's come from. In the semantic space, it's all about objects, not events. And so objects could mean schema, receipts. It could be it's the relationships between objects and also the objectual processing. And you've probably heard in like in the way the world is now, you heard a lot of people talk about immutable data. But when you decentralize stuff, immutable is actually not a good word to use, because in the semantic space, you want to know that wherever the data is, that it's exactly the same thing in a distributed space. So it's really about, you know, the data being deterministic in all of those spaces. So the main two things between the inputs domain and the semantic domain is provenance. So you know, so you can think of like all the amplify and the identity space is the top half there, and that's really about provenance. You know, where's the data come from? You know what? You know, you can trace it throughout. It's auditable throughout the data lifecycle. That's all in the top part, and the bottom part about objects is really about harmonizing data. So, and this is really important because the data needs to be harmonized so that when someone who's looking to do analytics and insights into it, they can do a structured criteria search into the space to find out what they're looking for. And if the data is not harmonized, then it's just impossible to find, because then you're basically relying on the people that are looking to develop those insights on maintaining the context of the data, and it shouldn't be coming from them. It should be coming from the source of the data. They need to be, they know the context of their data. So, some of these spaces do kind of marry very nicely into the governance space, which the others will talk about. But what's interesting is this top part is really about the individual. It's very much user-led, and then the semantics is ecosystem-led by consensus. So that's one difference. So when in the other model, the socioeconomic model, the economic model is economics is really about user-led stuff, but the governance again is consensus. So there is a strong link between the semantics domain here in the technology and the governance within the socioeconomic model. So just
thanks, Paul. So our 1, 2, and 3 of things to be done work on data harmonization, and in my head, I'm thinking Microsoft Schools data doesn't play nicely with Google Classroom data. Therefore, that's an example of data harmonization. Work to get Eleanor tooled up with the kit that she needs, identity and data store. Work on data provenance. That combination gives Eleanor agency and the ability to act in a more empowered way when she goes to bat with the Edtech providers, and the result is a more balanced ecosystem that works well for everyone.
Just because this sets it up so very, very nicely, that number 3, provenance, and it touches on a policy discussion as well. I would like to add that I believe strongly that there should be no data in the world about Eleanor for which there is not provenance. It is that provenance, if there is data, and this gets to Ono's comment about copies being out there, because copies will be made. And if you have a copy and you don't have that provenance, if it's not signed and time-stamped, then that should be illegal. And there needs to be policy that punishes businesses for for holding any data that does not have strong provenance. We have the tools to do it technically. We have a very good tools, technical framework for that. What we're missing is the social side of it. But I thought you guys had it set up so nicely. I had to jump in there.
Yes, we can try represent the thoughts that came out of the conversation. Maybe I'll just start with and then hand it over to you and the rest. I think there was a lot that came out, so please chime in, participants of the group. So we were talking about business, and one of the things that we said was working well is just the level of innovation and enterprise that has been generated around the idea of EdTech, and the quantity of sort of capital that's been thrown into this concept and investments in education technology, and the different kinds of solutions that's generated that allow for context-specific responses to different needs of children in different geographical spaces, but also in terms of their personal learning journeys, etc. So a point around the level of innovation and the possibility that business activity has unlocked in this area of education technology. So maybe what we must do.
Yeah, good. we must know. Yeah, we had the 3 points, but it's a little bit separated in we had more ideas. Let's just put it this way. Yeah.
Do you want to start with the first?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we were talking about this ecosystem building and this how to encourage the businesses to have this new culture of collaboration and ecosystem building, and not only this point to point, like having one customer only for me and only for my platform and only for my products, and but this kind of thinking that okay, we are collecting data and it might also be useful for you, and we are doing this kind of services, and these might also interest your stakeholder groups and so on. So and there we came out with also new roles or new business models, and I think we already named here a couple, like the MyData operators, of course, and also this data governance administrative is it associations or this kind of corporational models, but anyway, different roles, different culture.
I think we also said a couple of points around kind of challenging the vision of kind of private enterprise around this space, but also looking at sort of open approaches, open data, and sort of not looking only at the harm of potential copywriting, and thinking about public funding and the importance of policy and legislation. So this is not sort of a free-for-all market of enterprise, but also thinking more about models that are not the traditional, as you were mentioning, sort of point to point and sort of commercial proprietary approaches. Anything you want to come in, add, disagree with how we've represented it? Anything from the team? No. What else did we say? Anything that we? Oh yeah, we also said something about supporting new companies to emerge, sort of avoiding the sort of monopolistic view or approach or situation, and making sure that companies respond to the diversity of both children, but also the context in which they are and the learning journeys that they might need to follow, or not the traditional school, university, etc., but other learning journeys as well.
Yeah.
Maybe one word about the last words that copyrights strangle education content. So I'm trying to achieve the leverage or circumventing copyright, not strike against copyright, because we are technology people here. So we can find the ways when opening knowledge will work. Yeah, not like fighting with publishers who try to be gatekeepers for data or book reading in my case. Yeah, so it's very wise between the lines here. Thank you.
Yeah. And maybe also one point that we were talking about, and I'm not sure which one it goes very good into, but anyway, this kind of idea about these public-private partnerships and all the regulations that we were just talking about, the sharing of data and the openness of the data, maybe not all the insights and all these algorithms, of course, because they are the business secrets normally, but for example, we were talking about the research and academic outcomes of research, that if you get private public funding, then normally at least some of the outcomes must be public. And we were just throwing this idea that if an edtech company becomes gets public funding, maybe not all of their data about their users, but some of the data could be also kind of open, or could be given back to the families, or the families could have access to that data and to also share it to the other schools or other next schools or next Edtech software that their child is using and so on. So maybe this kind of idea could help in this space. But yeah, if there's something more that the group members would like to add, feel free.
That's us.
Okay, so we had a really good discussion. We were trying to focus on the context being Europe, but also we had a little bit of discussion about that impact on other parts of the world. Maybe I can start with what's working and you can do the must-dos. So within Europe, we thought that there's a good trend and intention with lots of work going on in relation to data governance and also related infrastructure building, access to resources, and that the legislative framework is underpinned by, it's a rights-based legal framework. So it's underpinned by the European Convention on Human Rights, which relates to international human rights law. So it's kind of a good context for all of this law and policy making.
So if you want to go to the must-do, the first element we observed is how useful GDPR was in clarifying some of the terms. Whether we like them or not, the data controller or data processor have a clear meaning in Europe now, and possibly even beyond Europe, exactly thanks to how loud the legislation was abroad. Perhaps we need more of that, not necessarily through more legislation, but through more elements that clarify those terms. Agency, we found being a weakness at the moment because perhaps it is defined and partly and inconsistently for the physical world. We wondered if we need a revision of the term, or at least an expansion or a discussion around it, particularly to bring it forward to some of the complexity of this century, also in the physical world. I think so, gender reallocation and so on. Three, I remember it little about it. I believe I can let's say interpolate. So a lot of the data that we deal with is a bit up in the air. So you may not need to know where it comes from or the provenance element of it. Licenses, by the way, are a great tool for that. Let's not get started the conversation about CC0 and CC BY, but the point that the license exists, it forces us to document where the data comes from or that it comes from us, which is already useful. But yeah, today this is a problem. At the same time, many of us think that they can copy and paste from a website like there was no tomorrow. So there's an element of education there as well. And the last one, data trusts. So in the same way, we feel comfortable today asking a third party to fill in perhaps for a bad parent, and as much as a bad situation that is, we may need something equivalent for data. If you realize that someone is not capable of exercising the rights on their own data, we may give that authority, that sovereignty, temporarily to an agent that is external, possibly, for example, a data trust. If you're here tomorrow, I believe there's the Open Data Institute in the afternoon. They've been researching data trust for a very long time. So that's maybe a topic. So we may need advisors in the same way we use everyday advisors for our finances and nobody blinks, right? Sometimes you simply don't know what you need to know to exercise your sovereignty.
That's great, thank you. The point about visceral notice at the end, I think was an interesting point. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this justice, but the idea is that that there may be a sort of noise played or a vibration just to give you this extra sense that you're making an important decision. And how could that possibly be built in to maybe add some friction to just automatically consenting? And I think you made a very good point also that it's a bit problematic to, in the first place, split us into law and policy and technology and all these different sectors, because we need more integrated thinking and not to have this siloed thinking approach. So I guess our next step is how to reimagine how all these things connect together. Did we miss anything from this group?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really well done for a couple of the points that you brought in there, which I think are really important. This idea of notice is a big one, because you know, a lot of people in the community talk about, you know, agreements and stuff, and agreements doesn't happen in the governance space. It actually happens in the economic space, where you have once you have a direct connection with someone, then you agree to something. So notice is great. You know, you do a criteria search into the ecosystem, and then if the criteria is met, then someone gets notice that that they've been found. So that's fantastic. The only thing I wanted to bring up was the word ownership. We're a little bit careful with it, with that word, with data, because, and it's only because of one thing, right? Is that there's still organizations out there that believe that the way that we want to go as a species is to own data, so that we can create data marketplaces, so that we can sell data to each other. But there's, you know, what we do at Human Colossus is kind of focus more on control of data. And the idea is that, you know, you can control data for the improvement of services for humanity, but it's concentrating more on the services rather than the data marketplace thing. And I'm not saying which way is wrong or right, because I know that both of those exist, both of those arguments, but certainly from my perspective, I really hope it goes towards improved services rather than data marketplaces.
I believe you are pushing through an open door, like the Italians say, because we touch on those terms exactly because of the possible ambiguity. Besides, the markets about digital stuff are actually not new. When think about syndication of video content or radio, so it's not like we're not used to markets of stuff that you actually do not own. It's just a matter of porting those kinds of educational literacy, not education in this case, to data as well. GDPR has done their part by avoiding the word ownership on purpose. Again, the Open Data Institute, I name them often because I've been there for a few years, have been campaigning for that for such a long time. Unfortunately, this conference is called MyData. We live with that, yeah.
I think that was the point that Christoph was making at the beginning about defining the terms. We were kind of reinforcing that maybe even that's something MyData4Children could define some terms that we commonly understand what we all mean by them. So we're not talking about different things, yeah.
And I think that's a lovely term. You know, personal data control is a really good one. It kind of gets away from this idea of ownership. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other points before we? Okay, we're moving on to literacy. All right, thank you.
So for the literacy, talking about what is working, I think in our group we agree that there is the increased awareness in public on personal data, how it's being used. Some through scandals, I know from my family, they're now super aware thanks to Cambridge Analytica, or like on, you know, this kind of doom scenarios that are real, that happen, and they could see the impact that has on society. So they are now aware of these kind of concepts, which makes it easier to talk about. Our member in our group mentioned the funding and creation of diverse programs from EU through funding is something that's working, because it allows it interdisciplinary collaboration from different countries, really trying out new ideas, implementing some new projects, and testing what is working for that kind of idea. And we also talked about countrywide initiatives, especially in Finland, where they're now introducing this concept, multiple literacies, which I really like. That I didn't hear that before, but it really includes this holistic approach from data literacy to news literacy to media literacy, really focusing on different aspects. And they start as early as age 3. So that's already something really amazing. And I think it will hopefully work. We will start seeing the impacts of this kind of education that has on children, starting from from this mindset that they know what all these terms mean, they know how they're interacting, what happens online, and all the relative actions. And that what is also working is multidisciplinary work. We know if the builders of the technology is diverse, then it covers more kind of the potential harms or impacts that it can have on society. So that really multidisciplinary and kind of diverse ideas in the creation of tech sphere. We are seeing some initiatives really promoting it, and that is also working. And so for the what is working part, any other addition, Christoph?
One thing that we also talked about was important to me is really addressing the people where they are. I mean, we have to understand, we are all experts here. We have thought about this for years now, but there are people out there who are having their own problems, managing their life, and also addressing them where they are, also what they can accept when we tell them. So it doesn't help to provide them a university paper. I think, who was it, Tamu, you said it, it must be for first graders, but just in a different language, so that they can also accept really what is going on. And I think this is something that we need also to take into consideration here. It's all the good intentions we have.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I think that kind of meeting people where they are, we see some examples of it with small kind of scope projects, and it is working. People really are able to understand, which actually connects us to our first must do. I think this is really important when people see how this kind of implementations, what's happening with their personal data, how it can affect on their life really in concrete terms. They are able to connect to these concepts in a more kind of productive way, rather than just, taking it in the wrong way and really going all defensive or really like protecting their kids and not allowing anything. So we really need to build some sort of a case study library, maybe some wider conversation, or really showing these concrete examples. Look, this has happened at the school. They use this program. These were how they use it. This is how their data was handled. And this was the outcome. Maybe it was good, maybe it was bad. I think people really need to see it concretely, how it can affect their lives. And so this actually connects to a very sad place I just shared in our group. The recent example in the UK, a 13-year-old boy was stabbed and he died. And the police made a statement saying this was the first case where all the evidence they needed was available online. Because the kids who stabbed this 13-year-old, they were also 13-year-olds. They were classmates, schoolmates, and all the conversations took on social media platforms. They planned how they were gonna stab this boy. They planned where, they planned the knife. They showed the picture of the knife on Instagram. And nothing happened because they were also talking in their slang. They didn't, of course, use "I'm gonna murder you." They used some sort of different words, probably escape through Instagram's filter. But then it really connects us back to this multidisciplinary idea of building technology. Who is building it? If people don't know this kind of terminology, this slang terms, if a very homogeneous group of people building this technology, of course, we'll see who's getting benefited and who's getting harmed. We will really become clear. And it really goes back to those who has the power to create things. And yeah, so the second must do is that we have to know what is working under what conditions and in what context. So that's really important because yes, okay, we see projects that are working in a specific context with specific conditions, but if we are not making it clear, then we are risking also the misinterpretation of the outcomes of the impact. So we really have to provide the context around it. I think it comes back to what you're saying with data, similar to that, when we are sharing a good example of really clarifying the context that it is taking place. And the third one is, of course, incentivize the teacher and adult literacy. I think this is quite an important one. Again, a case study from UK, I know during the pandemic, through distance learning, teachers were trying to find free software to use because these are public schools. They don't have funding to buy online kind of secure way of software, or really they were just trying to survive and really go through the curriculum. So it's on a very survival level, and they didn't have the knowledge or the language to talk about what this software, okay, it is free, but actually what is happening, why it's free, what data is being collected, how this data is being used. And in this case specifically, it was a software to track the students' screen when they were joining the call. So the teacher could see if they're actually listening to the class or if they're doing something else. But then it came to light soon after that the software was tracking kids even when they were not using the program actively. So it's again going back to really making sure the teachers and adults understand what they're doing, what their actions are, the children's actions, how it can affect their life in the future. And the fourth one is accountability. I think this is a really interesting one, connects to policy, other technology and business as well. But we see this focusing on the individual level. So it's like the individual responsibility to have data literacy, the individual's responsibility to give consent. And when you don't like something, the company says, oh, but you gave consent. So they use it as an excuse to really put all the responsibility on the individuals. And Starmy also shared an example from the banking. When you open a bank account for your kids, if the bank knows that actually the parent is controlling the account, then they block access to the bank account for the kid. So it's really kind of questioning this accountability. Okay, I as a user, as an individual, yes, I give my consent. Yes, I need to be data literate or digitally literate. But what are you doing as or what kind of accountability mechanisms you have in place? I think this is a very important conversation, and companies try to, some of them at least, we know who, they try to position the conversation in a very specific way, making hyper visible the individual's kind of shortcomings, or that is, it needs to be all about them, but actually we have to question the concept of accountability a bit more. And yeah, the last one, as I mentioned, the intersectional diverse builders of technologies, I think is quite important when we're talking about data, digital systems. It's all something that just like a cloud or something that just happens, but we know it is created by humans. It is used by humans. There's everything that we build, it has some decisions embedded into it, which then brings the question, okay, who build it? What kind of biases they have? What would they miss? What are the potential blind spots? So that's why it's really important for us to also think about who is building the technology, and that diversity literacy. I don't know if it's a thing, but we have to talk about that as well. That's it. Anything you want to add, Christoph?
Well, especially I think this general theme in the discussion to say, okay, there are really big possibilities out there. Make them accessible and also teach the people to really use it. There are opportunities out there, and there is also kind of the fear. I mean, I think you mentioned it. Okay, the overprotective parents to say, okay, my child, it could so many things go wrong. I think sometimes, yes, let them make some faults and let things go wrong. But there are opportunities, and we need to encourage our kids to try it, but in a safe place.
Any questions, comments?
A point on accountability, like for other topics that came out today, are not necessarily about the digital world only. Michael Lewis, the author of Moneyball, in a podcast, was talking about when they clone your debit card, your credit card, you need to demonstrate that someone has done it. The victim is you, not the bank. It should be the bank finding who did it, not you. And instead, you need to go to the police and make a declaration and so on. So there's a imbalance of power that you need to justify yourself, while others instead can do, I don't know, this is an imbalance in general. So we need to work probably on the general problem as much as the specific that we described today. Just a curiosity perhaps for you.
I think that point really connects to the power imbalances, and we briefly mentioned in our discussion how the problems that we see in the online sphere with the personal data, they're nothing new. I think they are very much connected to the power imbalances that already happen, that exist in society. And in a way, if these kind of biases or assumptions go unquestioned, then they are being replicated actually in the online sphere. So I think that's a great point to actually think about when we're talking about accountability. It's really connects to on a broader discussion.
I was saying it in certainly from a technological perspective, there's this overuse of trust, and you know, they say a cryptographic trust, where it's really cryptographic assurance. You want to know that the technology works, right? Because Joe blogs, he just wants to use the stuff and know that it's going to work. So it's assurance, and then the socioeconomic is totally about human accountability. If something goes wrong, who's accountable?
All right, any other questions, remarks? All right, yeah.
Sorry again. Again, on the point of accountability, it makes me think of a connection with the policy element of it. That is, many, at least in my experience, complain that perhaps legislation is there, but enforcement is falling short. Because in the digital world, very easy to describe how things should work. Everything goes fine. But very hard to send a policeman, or policewoman, getting back your data after it's been stolen, deleting the data. It was not supposed to be there, and so on. So the accountability also perhaps transforms into some kind of, and that is perhaps where the mistrust of legislation comes from, because we cannot imagine people being fined in a serious way, or people being in jail, as much as it is a satisfaction for someone. But the idea is this one: we don't feel like there is a consequence. There is no consequentiality to a crime in the digital space. And I wonder if we can fix that. I'm just stating the problem here. I don't have a solution, but I would be curious to see what the others think about this.
I think there's it's a broader discussion. I hear it quite a lot, how the government or the legislators are not doing enough, and how technology is always 5-10 steps ahead. And I mean, you know, Google, when their motto at some point was move fast and break things, and then if you're asked to fix it later. But as long as you can get away with it, they kept kind of continuing the practices. Now it's, I think they changed their motto, but I think the mentality is still there. The business extractive practices, they will try to get away with whatever they can. And when they're being called out, they will probably say, oh, sorry, I didn't know. But I think that's exactly a great point. What outcomes are serious enough to be counted as crime? I think it's a greater discussion. In cases like the young boy being stabbed, of course, there was a life being lost. I think that's quite important. But again, like there are serious crimes on the online sphere with personal data, how it's being used, discrimination towards certain communities. I think it's also a broader level. But the tricky part is we don't always see the effects of the technologies immediately, because if your data is being used on a discriminatory level, you don't immediately realize, oh, wait, I'm being discriminated against. But it really shows up maybe at some point down the line, and you don't understand, the company doesn't understand why it's happening, especially with AI and kind of broader system. So definitely a great point there.
A comment request from Marianne. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think this is one of the main issues that the whole initiative EduVay is trying to bootstrap, as it is. There are already some agreements in place. I made the example of the privacy covenants, or a document which states how they can practically comply to the GDPR. But the thing is, although everybody says, oh yeah, we adhere to this agreement, not everybody does, which inflicts the level playing field. So for all players in this ecosystem, it's that start EduVay, it is really, really important that they say, okay, when we make all these agreements, how do we make sure everybody adheres to these agreements? So how do we make sure that we really also that everybody adheres, that we have a true level playing field? And although we can't tell for the future because we're at the start of this project, the Ministry of Education is backing this up. So first of all, it's a long-term commitment that they made with the grant. So everybody's thinking, oh, something's really happening there. And it's also an open co-creation project, so everybody can have a seat at the table. But we are also looking into how can we enhance compliance. And once this set of agreements is really put in place, how could we make sure everybody complies? So maybe we should even have some kind of legal framework backing this whole ecosystem up. And that is something that the Ministry of Education is already thinking about. So in the end, the idea is that a certain foundation will be managing the afsprakenstelsel or the data space. And then they are thinking already of, could you maybe put it in the law that the ecosystem has to comply to some things? So, I mean, this is a real world issue that everybody's thinking, how are we going to do it? Because agreements is one, but if one complies and the other doesn't, and there is no supervision, then you don't get the level playing field that you really would like to get. So this is one of the major things that we're thinking about.
I think that it sounds super interesting, Mariana. We're going to really be watching that. One of the things that UNICEF is working on over the next couple of years is we want to produce a compendium of policy innovations on data governance for children. So we want 10 to 12 case studies. And some of the things we want to look at are like using RegTech tools which monitor compliance. So again, a technology tool which can actually at scale monitor some aspects of compliance. And things like using procurement rules. So say you're going to use Edtech in schools or health tech in hospitals, they have to meet a certain standard before you're allowed as a public service to procure those tools. But any kinds of ideas like this to do with accountability, we're also really interested in and documenting as case studies, because definitely we need more than just we put in jail or give a big fine to, so that has tangible consequences.
Oh yeah, please go ahead, Tony.
May I react to that?
You have your hands up?
Yep.
Tony.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
So I'll let Anna go on first.
Okay, yeah. Oh no, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, that was sort of the bottom line of the proposal I presented. Not to rely on enforcement, because what we see in the GDPR is that enforcement is slow, undermanned, and not really functional, and also hesitant to really do the big stuff. So that's why the proposal that I presented says, like, we shouldn't really rely on enforcement. We should make it impossible to share with copies. Copies should be outlawed. I think it's the easiest way, because if not, the level playing field will always be broken by some party or another. Then we need to have enforcement agencies that are well-staffed, well-funded, well-equipped, I don't see it happening. Why it should be now different than with the GDPR?
All right. Well, yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's kind of going. I spoke about it before, of trying to separate the data governance administration from the data governance authority, because when you build these distributed data ecosystems, you know, as you do POCs and all that sort of stuff, you can't kind of rely on the authority. You kind of have to just get in there, and it's really about how you administer the policy and notice and whatever within that ecosystem. But when it comes to the legal stuff of, you know, the ramifications of doing something, you know, illegal within that space, then that's really when the data governance authority comes into play. So I think it's important that we try and separate the administration from the authority.
Tony, go ahead.
To some extent, I agree with most of the things that have been said, but some of the implications haven't necessarily been thought through. Yeah, there's no point trying to use fines or anything with any EdTech vendors, partly because the ones that are causing some problems are likely just to pay up and then still cause problems, because we know some of them do. But we also have to think about, okay, we've got the people far, far further down the chain, the startups, the people that are trying to do the right from the word go. And as soon as we say this is how it's got to work, we just kill innovation. Now, it's not to say innovation isn't and shouldn't allow to be go ahead with no controls whatsoever. We need to have a better way of doing things. And to some extent, the ICO's age appropriate design code, the children's code, was meant to deliver some of that. They, in spite of a few folk, myself included, saying you've missed a bit because it's not going to apply to schools, it still all went through, and then everyone got surprised when a number of DPOs and other folks said, why are you trying to apply it to schools? It doesn't work for schools. And it seems to be that this idea that schools are a really integral part for deciding how data is processed seems to be consistently missed. And I've seen it today as well with a number of the diagrams and descriptions. And I'm looking forward to reading a lot more about EduV, because that just makes me go, people are actually having conversations together, institutes, legislation makers, and the EdTech vendors as well. That for me is a perfect marriage. So I think we need to remember, don't forget the schools in this. Don't forget that when we talk about ownership, when ownership doesn't exist, it's actually about rights and responsibilities. That's a far better way of doing it, because it brings us back to human rights as well. It's got to be about transparency. It can't be about fines. Once you've got the transparency in there, and that ties in with the procurement process, as that settles in, it means that schools will buy from those people who are transparent, and those people that you can quite clearly see are being honest. That's the thing that we need to drive.
Thank you, Tony. And Paula, I see your hand.
Yes, no, I just want to give the floor to Stephen so he can present the online people's thoughts.
Thanks, Paula. Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Foster. I'm at Unicef. I should have been there with you all, those in person, but COVID got me. But thank you for those great workshops and that we can dial in those who are remote. So just quickly wanted to share what came up in our discussions, and I'm glad to say that there's overlap with some of what's been said before, which means we're all thinking along the same lines in a sense. What's working, these kind of informal organizations between parties through goodwill and common aim are forming, and these ecosystems are forming, like the EduV. It sounds super interesting. And some of the other examples, I know what you proposed. So we are seeing these ideas of ecosystems, and the rules are agreed, and the actors play different roles, and that's beginning to be developed, which is very encouraging. Tony shared some implemented and working standards, like access for learning, schools interoperability framework, the global education security standard, So we are beginning to see some of these, and then these kind of bottom-up initiatives, like I said, that are beginning to act as a proof of concept, working with kind of what's there already. What we must do, I think this was kind of said before, but the terminology we used was fight the fragmentation. So try and, in a sense, align these different initiatives and different ways of thinking, use a common language. That also came up in our group. There was an idea of maybe a glossary of international terms. So one, fight the fragmentation. Number two, continue with these viable models that involve all in the ecosystem, and really looking at those rules of engagement, and really looking at all the stakeholders in those ecosystems and consulting all the stakeholders, from tech companies, from government, to children. That's obviously very important for UNICEF, but it's come up a few times. And then a public database sharing all the innovations. That's come up before. It's a really, really great idea. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you. Please jump in if colleagues, if I missed anything. I think those are the main points. Thanks, Paula.
Okay, so I think we have now presentations from all 5 groups. Thanks a lot for that. And I think this also concludes the workshop for today. I think there are a few sessions planned for tomorrow and the day after, but please, Gulshan, I think you the expert on that.
Thank you very much. I think this was amazing. Thank you for, I'll go on the stage again. Thank you for coming. I think it was great. I have so many ideas to think about, and I'm really looking forward to discussing it for the 2 days during the conference. Again, to remind you all, these all will be included, the outcomes of this day will be included on the day 2 session, so we can share it with the participants who are not here, and hopefully it will inspire them. But I'm looking forward to all the conversations and sessions on the conference. And shamelessly, actually, I can promote our own session where we will talking about trust. We will have tomorrow a session on really looking into trust and what does it mean? Do we need trust? Can we work on something else? So that's hopefully some of you might be interested. So I will be looking forward to see you there in a session. But of course, check out the program, amazing sessions there, and already kind of start the conversation with people who aren't here. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay, we will do a group photo. So you are all the online people, you're on the big screen, and I think everyone will come in front of the stage. So we'll have a group photo now. Thank you, everyone online. See you later. Bye-bye.
Hello. Oh. Hey, just noting that there's a at Ala Sea Pool, there's like a open meetup for people coming into town. So if anybody wants to head down that way, who will lead us? I will join in a few minutes at Alla Sea Pool. It's in the center of the city. I'll be heading that way anyway in a few minutes. Next to the President Palace. Okay, I guess we can call it a palace. It's presidential residence. Well, we're not that royal here.
All right, closing the stream. Goodbye.